What's up? What's up? As usual, for those of you tuning in on YouTube, remember our disclaimer. Remember that day trading is risky business. Do not trade with money that you cannot afford to lose. Right now, we're seeing some very volatile markets, so make sure to be careful, protect yourself as always. Remember, copy trading does not work. And I do not invest for my subscribers, so be careful of fake Relentless trader accounts. I will never message you first. Lastly, be careful of fake ads. People are stealing the Relentless trading and team house content and are trying to run ads, so be very careful. So I'm right at 300 bucks here to start. My starter size for pre-market, I forgot I increased it. Because I was trading the open so often here, and I got blazed on a few opportunities. So I'm like, hey, let's not forget our size. We probably could have been down like 150, 110, but we had double the size there. So, but all good in the neighborhood. One scratch trade. Right now we're on the sidelines and waiting for something to curl up. We've had AEHL, which popped up, sold off. We've had CAMP. I think this was one of the better ones, the first two candlesticks. Although when this one was hitting the scans, there was another stock hitting the scans, and I pulled up the other one, GLE, I think it was, and I thought that that was the one that was moving, and I was confused. Like, what's wrong with the scanners, right? But it kept pushing up, and I tried on this second green candle from the drop at 740, but it was already like in the pullback kind of phase here. Needed to already be in part of the action on the first candle going up. So got to be quick to pull the stock up if they hit the scans here. REVB, PMVP. PMVP also making a new high, but doesn't really look super appealing yet. I want something strong that's ripping up, right? So it's going to be a lot of patience here for the right stocks. Can we continue? Hold up, let me put out some size here if this thing wants to go. $77, $85, $88 highs. Wow, that's gonna be a good one. 316 highs there. So waiting here patiently. Taking 75, tight stop. Can we see back over 3? Keeping it tight. And it looks like it's 65. It's back, quick bounce there. Small bid at 20,000 at 80. I like the bounce. What I like to see now is like a new high out of the stock. Although the dip bounced up to 80 so quickly, we did have a bid there, which is still here. I'm gonna take a starter on this bid and see if it holds up. Nope, 45 is down. VWAP is gonna bounce. Could have took that one. Well, 200 bucks there. I'll take it. This is what I like to trade in pre-market. Like I only like to trade stocks going straight up. Like they need to be straight up and volatile. And the baby pullback is what we call it. REVB. The baby pullback is what I love to trade. That VWAP dip, bro. Holy smokes. What was I thinking not getting in? Nice. See, that's a trade I should like look at there more aggressively, you know, coming into the level. Guys, don't forget to hit the thumbs up early here today. Today's goal is going to be 700 likes. Very aggressive and ambitious goal. Very aggressive and ambitious. Um, let's see here. I am not touching this unless it makes a new hype day. In the meantime, I'll share the live stream to the chat and I'll go live in the chat room as well. Right now, I'm on the sidelines waiting. We're coming up on 7:30 here soon. Nice and early. For those of you tuning in on YouTube, don't forget to hit the thumbs up. Also, remember our disclaimer. Remember that day trading is risky. Do not trade with money that you cannot afford to lose. Remember, copy trading does not work. Be on the lookout for fake, relentless trader accounts. Always is a sad reality. I will never message you first. Be careful also of fake advertisements. All right, people are stealing our content and trying to run ads with it. I know there's a lot there, but be careful. Kevin, I've given free trials. Um, Maybe I can do another round of free trials for those of you for 1 week, for those of you who want to check out the chat. There was actually one person that I gave uh lifetime access to from the free trial. I just love the person's energy. I'm not going to say who. I actually love the person's energy and how they were contributing to the chat room. So, sometimes you never know. REVB, is it opening up with some volume? Still not looking that great, in my humble opinion. Oh, okay, all right, it's moving now. 350. Can I keep going though? I need to see 370, 380. And then I can consider jumping in. Right back down. No bueno. Alan, what's up? I got my mic reduced a little bit. Hopefully it sounds a little bit better today. But I can, for those of you looking to join a chat room, the chat room is $14 subscription. I can put out an invite link for those of you who are willing to check it out. Peter, there's the link. It's also a good place to check out. I mean, the community itself is great. You'll meet a lot of excellent traders in there. I think today will be a good day for us to jump in the audio chat. Audio chat, there's like 50 people at one time, like hanging out. Of course, not everyone's mic will be turned on. We'll take turns to like take the floor, talk about different conversations. Right now, I'm on the sidelines, just waiting. REVB, if it gets through 60, 70 and starts to take off, I'll take a starter and then go from there. But it's up and down here. 350 to 320. Typically, what I know from pre-market is that when there's going to be a hot stock, it kind of starts and it just goes. There's none of this back and forth most of the times. So I'm still going to keep an eye on it, but, we'll see. at 9:15 a.m. I want to take a full reset. I realized for myself that sometimes trading pre-market can like affect how I trade the open, and they're like two different sessions in the way how I want to approach the market. REVB at 350 again. So at 9:15 I want to like stop, like, take a breather and like kind of like switch my mindset over to the open. For now we're holding up the VWAP. We'll see if it continues to hold. I'm only interested in stocks that are going straight up. Consecutive green candles, big moves. I will be trading what we call here at MMU the baby pullback. It's the only setup that I'm really interested in pre-market, and maybe a dip trade here or there. Other people will be looking for different things, and that's fine, of course. Some traders might be looking for the range. Michael Allen, we appreciate it. We appreciate the kind words. Is that? I don't think that says Michael. Never mind. I'm looking over to the right all the way on my far monitor to the side. Well, Alan, we appreciate it. I thought that was Michael. You'd have been like me with two first names. My last name is actually Jeffrey, right? And it's like a STAK. Let's see. STAK. This one is cheaper at 95 cents. I'm also not trading below $1 until the open. So we started off down 300. What our starter size was pretty big, which was our issue. I've adjusted my starter size since then, coming back down to just 80 shares. I think 80 shares is pretty good because sometimes you'll get stocks that start off very hot and steamy the first candle or two, and then they give a full retracement. And if I'm caught in a flush with just 80 shares and I lose $1 a share or so, it's not going to be brutal. But I had closer to 200 shares starter size. And with 200 shares, you can be down $1 a share very quickly. Hence, I was at 270 to start. Since then, we've made $200 on PMVP, and we're down $65 here. Alan, it's not always pretty, right? But I think it's important. And I spoke to this guy recently who was telling me this too. Like, it's very important to also show people the full reality of being a trader. Last year I came in here and I made like 330,000. And this year has been much slower, right? And I could have easily, shut things down, not do a recap, not live stream at all. I've live streamed every single day still, you know? So I think it's important to at least show that side of things and not just winning, winning, winning only. Because we can easily fall victim into thinking that trading is like this fairy tale career where nothing goes wrong, and that's not true. It is a business at the end of the day, and business will have ups and downs, hot periods and cold periods. Not seeing much on the scans yet. We're getting stocks like GLE, small curl off the lows, which, not too impressive there yet. So still waiting on the sidelines for something fresh. Taxes is around the 30%. It is brutal. It is brutal here. At one point I was thinking if I should move to Puerto Rico. As you guys know, they have zero taxes on capital gains. GLE, okay, GLE is coming up a little bit more. It's starting to look better here, but typically a stock like this, I don't want to touch unless it gets over like 260. It needs to be in a position where it's really just flying up. And we have this bear flag here still. I'll have my starter position ready if it does get up there. Okay, can we hold the $half? I'm going to take the starter. Stop is at 50 for now. We got 59 and back down right there. So I'm in and out. Smokes but no cigar. So it's going to reject the high of the bear flag. Fair. We'll see if it tries again. There's 57, 65. Okay, okay. Well, the hold, though, is the key here. We need to hold 60. There's 75. This is where I really start to get interested here. So I got stopped out of my starter. The second attempt is going to work. So I'm going to watch any and all pullback trades here. Hopefully we can get a few dips. Highs are at 624. What size? Oh, I took small. Okay, let me get some more size going here. The highs were at 615. It's moving fairly well, I'd say. I want to get some more size in the next trade. 40. 50. 70. Please give a pullback. Please give another one. 80. Oh my goodness. Going crazy. $4 just like that. I'm a long, bigger size, 50 area. Not really bigger size, 2,000 shares. I'm all out. And 50 is not going to hold again. Okay, maybe it is. I'm going to get back in 53 tight stop. It's churning. Okay, I'll wait. It looks like we're seeing a bigger pullback. We got 39 right there. 33. 29. Will we bottom out? I'm trying again with a stop at 29 at the low of the range. I'm looking to hold this back up to 370, 380. Only 600 shares though. I you know, I forgot I did reduce the size of these damn hotkeys. I should have been in with more size, but that is okay. There's 4, break of 4, and I'm unwinding shares here. So far, so good. I gotta hit it with big boy size though next time. And be accurate too. Highs are at 406. and high of day on the move is 624. Our pullback just now though was pretty big. So I want to be careful of that massive range. So I'm going to have to try to take a starter and then add quickly once we bottom. But it's already back up. Already back up right there. It's going to be risky, but I'm going to risk it a little bit. We got 28 for a high. I want to see a new high. We've been holding up above 4 for now, which has been good. I want to see 30, 40, 50. So I missed the dip down there around 80. Since then, no trades really. Still sidelines here. Time. We might still have some time to try again. I might add over 4. Can we see a retest of the highs? Candle closed. And we're down here 05. I'm out early on that trade though, but you know, I want to see the new high before I size back up. Until then, smaller size. Once it gives the new high, I'm going to go bigger size. If we can see 30, 40, 50, I'll go bigger size here and really try to take it home and lock in some sweet gains. We're seeing a red candle on our bigger time frame here, so smaller size on the pullback. Plus 587 on that one, which wasn't bad, but you know, we could have done with a little bit more size in some of the areas. But overall, pretty good. The VWAP is nowhere in sight, so you know, we'll have to see where it bases out. There's 37. I'm going to throw out a starter here, just 80 shares. That 29 level that we had, will it be able to hold? Nope. Stopping out very quickly here. We had a low of 21. I'm going to try again. Starter only. 80 shares. Nobody really knows where the bottom is. You kind of just have to, you know, take a poke. Dip your toes into the water. And there's a new low. So I can try throwing out my starter again at some point. We have a low now of all the way down to $3 pretty much here. Shit. I only have 80 shares at 14. See, sometimes it doesn't always go according to plan, right? Like Ideally, I'd wanted to add already, but maybe I'm a little slow. I'll be patient though, you know, maybe we get the consolidation, so patience will be key here. All right, I'm gonna add something there. So I got 600 shares at 18. Uh, Smaller position. I'd love to see like 50 or 60 if it's gonna be good. I'm risking like $75 to make like 150, 180. It's a small position. I could be in with more size, but you know, we'll see what it does. Typically, I only like to trade the move going up, big green candle. So, you know, taking it easier on this pullback here in case I get blazed. Sometimes I do just Titanic. Like right here, I'm up 10 cents. Like, you know, could I take 10 cents and walk? I could. But my instincts tell me 40 or 50 could easily happen here. Like 50, we should be able to see at least 50 from that type of drop. So I'm giving it a chance. Do not stop out the past store before giving the move. Uh, let's see what it does. And I'm getting stopped out before the move, son of a gun. Okay. See, I could have took my 10 cents, so I can't be upset, right? But that's why the small size there, because as well as like whilst we could still, you know, we should be able to get the balance at least to 40, 50. Bro, it's not personal, but geez. Okay, what else is moving? CWD and other CCTG, CCTG. So 427 from that stock. We're gonna come back to green on the day. The only thing there is that we could have had a little bit more size on the way up. So I reduced all my hotkeys by 50% for pre-market here today. And that's primarily because of the expensive stocks. As mentioned, my starter was a little closer to 200 shares, 160 shares, and we were down 270 very quickly on losses. Stocks just dropping. You know, the retracements, you know, Triad had a great recap. I was actually eating breakfast listening to Triad Trading this morning, right? One of the MMU mentors, Chatroom member. He was saying, man, about you got to account for the bigger drops in these massive volatile times. Typically, when a stock is strong like this and we break through this resistance, we don't need to retrace all the way back down to the resistance to bounce. You know, can we hold up like a 40, 50% retracement, flag right here, new highs or retest of the highs? My stop was 07. I stopped out at 01, so I could have done better with my stop as well. CAMP. Back on the sidelines. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go take a bathroom break and be back before 8. So I'll be back in a couple minutes. If you're now tuning in, don't forget to hit the thumbs up. Am I missing anything? Am I missing anything? Guys, don't forget to hit the thumbs up. Bro, I'm hoping for something supernova, parabolic. This is why you gotta stay ready, man. Be here every day so that you're here when the big moves are happening. TRSG, CWD. I don't think I'm missing anything. Sidelines for now. Yeah, it's been pretty calm here today, so considering the momentum the last 2 days. But there's still time though. We still have like a good hour and a half before the open, so we could still see a stock go from like 5 to 15 or something crazy. Oh my God. You know, Triad called it since the last time around. Once RT shows up for pre-market, the momentum is cooked. What momentum? There is none. Well, this is only day number 3 of this hot market, like super, super hot market. We're supposed to see something. We better. CWD is starting to move again. Maybe this might be it. We got a high here of 1149. Although, you know, we've had the big drop off yesterday. Maybe some short sellers covering that started this move. Definitely has range, all right. There's 1240. Still on the sidelines here. Don't worry, we're gonna get one hot stock here before the open. As Charles Barkley would say on ESPN, guarantee. See, if you understand that joke, it's a pretty good joke, you know. GLE, is it curling back up a little bit? GLE is back up a little bit here after dipping all the way down to 237. The 5-minute pullback might not be worth touching today. Just maybe stick to the uptrend and front side and just leave all backside trades alone completely. Typically, I don't like to touch these unless they make a new high. But, you know, there could be something here. I could throw starters. Change the red shirt. Might be bad luck. Hey, I'll have you know that I'm actually the most profitable whilst wearing red. So that pullback there held up. And it's a 40-cent bounce. It seems like it's struggling. 32. We're seeing new lows there in the pullback. Yeah, it's like unless these, I mean, this is a good push, right? It's a good red to green here, but it's like once they don't get over the previous high, the odds of seeing anything real, you know, like a real big pull away, it's slim. Guys, we got 215 people already in attendance, but only 50 likes. I know you guys are relentless traders out there. Heck, even if you're a warrior trader watching on, even if you're a humble trader watching on, hit that thumbs up. Even if you're a short seller. If you're a hater, you can also hit the thumbs down. We'll take anything. We'll take all the publicity we can get. We will take it all. Yeah, 8:30, the next big time frame here coming up. Yeah, a lot of stocks pushing up and then dropping. Green is red there in Japan. Yeah, I don't really keep track of this stuff, but what I can tell you is that when I wear red, I actually have like made the most, or let's say if I had the most green days. I'm not superstitious. It's just coincidence, but I think I'm like 40 and like 11 or something. I don't know. Something like that over the years. It was like a thing, I'd like have the recap say red shirt equals green day. Now Marcelo wore a red Relentless shirt, and that was his biggest red day. I don't know. I don't know what happened there, but and he's like he's never wearing red again. He's never gonna do it. We've also see Ross say this in recaps before, right? GLE still, still in range. I'm not touching it this time, even if the pullback might look good, unless it makes a new high over 430. Gotta stick to the rules. Does it have what it takes for $4 here? Can we rip through four? It got up to 80. Was that 92 or 89, somewhere there? I think today the biggest thing I have to do is watch out for those never-ending dips. I lost a lot yesterday on those setups. So, similar here to pre-market, right? Like, I think if it comes down to a point where it's like, okay, it's really exhausted, and I want to give it a shot, gotta use small size, and then on the way up, I can add rather than like scaling in lower, because if unless your position is like really spread out, if you're going for like let's just say 1,000 shares and you're like 100 shares, you know, if you're not doing that and you're only maybe going in 3 times, it's like the dip is so wide that like you're still getting destroyed. So the key for me is to honestly just not take the dip on the backside. And for the ones where do look really good, small, like, you know, couple hundred shares, not, yesterday I was like 5K size, right? Getting cooked. If that 5K becomes 300 share starter, then instead of losing like 2K like I did yesterday, we're positioned very tightly, and then we can add on the way back up. And then for the ones where it even does still fail, the loss is extremely small. That's what managing risk really comes down to, right? So at no point today can I afford to be saying, why did I take that dip? If that happens today, I need to just, I'd have to go sit in a corner somewhere. Throw the live stream to Marcelo. Can't allow ourselves to make the same mistakes. That's what trading really is. Once you start to trade, some people, they get very good at trading very quickly, because once they make a mistake once, that's it. They're making the adjustment, right? And so I like to think of myself as a top trader. If not me, who? And if not now, when? So I look forward to the opportunity of improving today. Not even a challenge. Some people say, I look forward to the challenge. There is no challenge. I look forward to the opportunity of being better today, of making that adjustment today. And it's so important to let that discipline compound. And, you only change it based off of the market conditions. Okay, if the pullback starts to hold up next week, 2 weeks from now, whatever, and it's like, hey, the dips are much better to take, then of course you make that adjustment quickly again. EDHL, GLE. Guys, don't forget to hit the thumbs up if you're tuning in. We now have 250 people in the building. Don't forget to hit that thumbs up. If you're a new viewer, consider subscribing to the channel. Right now we're up $300. I'd say it's a successful pre-market so far. We're just waiting for some supernova, parabolic, insane momentum here. I want to see something go from 4 to 20 so that I can jump in there with 5K size and go where no man has been before and explore a new stratosphere here in pre-market. Can I see myself getting $2-3 a share in one trade? If you're tuning in, also don't forget our disclaimer. Day trading is risky. All right, do not trade with money that you cannot afford to lose. Utilize simulators, small size, practice, improve before exposing yourself to a ton of risk. Copy trading doesn't work here. Here, I could be very honest with you guys, right? Here's how copy trading could work. If I'm taking a trade on, like, let's say a stock like Tesla, Nvidia, like one of these trades that's going to be 2-3 days long, or like a full intraday trade or a longer swing trade. CWD hitting scans again. That's the only way like copy trading could work. Hey, I'm looking at Tesla at 300 and my risk is X, Y, and Z and I'm looking for profit target here. Like that could make sense, but with this, what we're doing here, it's too quick, it's too fast. Trying to say, hey, Marcelo RT or whoever else bought, I'm going to try to buy. It's like you might as well go to the casino, close your eyes, bet on black, and just hope and pray you win. Because it becomes gambling and guessing and hoping and all that stuff at that point. Even like a stock like CWD doesn't really seem like it'll be it. You know, I mean, a couple days ago, of course, but today, there's 1330. I'll still keep an eye in case, but I don't know if this will be the one. I use the 1 minute time frame, the 5 minute. Sometimes I'll look at the 10-second chart. Although I like to say the level 2 is all time frames. As time passes, data flows through and you can see price levels. So technically, you know, if you're looking at the level 2, you can determine the candlesticks and where they were, where they are, and potentially where they can go to. But at least the past data lets you know where they were, and so you can have a good idea of where the candlestick is. And that can be over the course of 10 seconds, 1 minute, 3 minutes. It gets a little bit more difficult to remember it after like that, you know, but when you get to minute 4 and 5, you got to look back at the chart to like remember everything. But if a stock goes from 350 to 450, you knew that we were down there at 350 and we had, you know, maybe 3, 4 candles since then. So sometimes it's possible, like for example, like dip and rips, we really don't need the chart at all. Like, I mean, once everything else like checks out, like, hey, there's room to the upside, we don't need to look at the chart for the next like 2, 3 minutes in like an area like that, you know. WLDS, let's see. WLDS over VWAP, but volume a little lighter. CWD, I still don't really trust it. It's kind of like this slow grind for a new high, and then it pulls back, and a slow grind for a new high. Still looking for something that's fresh on the scan, just uptrending consecutive green candles. Save and Crispy uses the latter, which is a variation of the level 2. Some people like the latter. I never even knew what the latter was until I like checked out Thinkorswim, but um I've always been familiar with level 2. My first platform was E-Trade Pro. E-Trade Pro. You have guys like Ross also use level 2. The latter, I mean, honestly, to this day, if I'll be very honest, I don't even know how to use the ladder. Like, maybe I've used it once or twice to just like throw an order, but like to understand where buyers and sellers are coming in off of this to me, you know, when you look at someone who's doing like software engineering or coding, this is what this looks like to me. Like, I don't even know how anybody could look at this thing and understand anything. It's almost like a different language. But I'm pretty sure if I like, try and like look at some research, I could figure it out. But I rather just stick to level two. Here, I'll show you guys on YouTube the screen that I'm always looking at here. I'll pull it up for a quick sec. We're not really supposed to show the level two on YouTube like this, but just for like a quick sec shouldn't be a problem. Let's make sure our account numbers are not showing. Okay, good. So this is my level two here to the left hand side. Back in the days when I didn't know any better, I used to show the whole live stream right here, like every day. This is like, 5 years ago. Back when I was ignorant to the market data agreement. Now, if I share this screen and I'm sharing it to like 600 people, just imagine the monthly bill on that. I'd have to pay for 600 people, even though most people are looking at their own screens, and the YouTube live stream is also delayed by at least 3 seconds for most people. There's one guy that told me it's 1 minute delayed for him no matter what, although he was in a different continent. The latency there is crazy. Yeah, I did lower my mic. Some people, I can put it back up a little bit. Some people asked yesterday for me to put it down. I can put it back up. Check, check. How about now? Is that a little bit better? I guess I can put it back down, and I guess you can turn up your monitor or your TV, your laptop. SMX. SMX is moving up. 168. Is there anything else hitting? 170, 174. It needs to open up more. We need to see 180, 220, 250, 270. It needs to fly. We're coming up on 8:30 here market time. So we'll see if something else does hit the scans. There's 80. Can we see over 80? 87. I'm long at like 85, watching for break of two. I'm back out. Can we see a break of two here? We need to get over two. It needs to keep going. This could turn into something if it's to be strong. It's having resistance. Where's the view up? That too much resistance. How much did I make there? 90 bucks. I mean, I'll take it. 90 bucks. It's back down all right. I traded it on the other screen, on my other screen. The open needs to redeem the slow pre-market now. We need to see today. We need to see something go from like 3 to 17. Please, if we can see that, that's all I'm asking for here today. I'm ready to go up to 30K size. I know the risk. But you know, I've been dying to just like get into a good flow on a stock and just hit the buy button, you know? Do you guys have these dreams? At one point I used to daydream about candlesticks like all day, I used to see them in my dreams. I used to see them if I'm just like there and I space out, I'm just thinking about candlesticks. This is like last year at some point. I think like mid-year. I was going psycho. AEHL, EDHL. One is cheaper. Yeah, daydreaming charts is some crazy stuff. We'll probably have a good open though. How about QMMM yesterday, right? It's like that high of day breakout over 30 into that opening range. SMX is back at 174. It'll have to get over $2 for me to touch it at all. Does it have what it takes to get over 2? We had 190 right there. Only looking to take a starter if it goes over 190, but over 2 is where I'd start looking for trades for real. So far, it's coming down. You guys know I'm willing to give the live stream to any trusted person in the chat room, but no one seems to want to step up to the plate. You know, besides Marcelo, who's always ready to go. I just got to give him like a bit of an advance notice so he can have his setup ready, streaming wise. You know, a guy like Crispy, Crispy lives 20 minutes away from me, right? A guy like Crispy can come on this live stream any day of the week. But these guys are more, you know, private traders. The live stream is here for the taking. 600, 700 people to cheer you on as you trade. Who will be the brave soul, I wonder, over time to say, hey, RT, tomorrow is my day. My turn, as Skip Bayless would say. My turn. MMA? 37? Small move, not much. SMX is still, you know, flirting with $2 here, I'd say. So keeping an eye. It needs to break over before I touch it again here. Even then, you still got to be careful of the false breakout. Here's the P&L. We've had some red trades to start. If we realized our starter size was like so big, we could have retained more. You could have been more green rather. But part of the deal. See, like with closed positions, let me see something. Maybe I can get this one down here. File, trade, positions with closed position. It doesn't duplicate it. That's the issue. And then trade, positions, positions, position with closed positions, position 2, position 3. Let's try position 4. Like, I don't know why they wouldn't allow you to have multiple of these open. It doesn't allow me to have more than one. But I need this up here because it's next to my level 2 and it's easier for me to see where I got filled. Because sometimes if I get a higher fill, I need to cut the trade. Or else I'd have that window down here. And my head is kind of in the way too. There's 87, 88, 89. It seems like it's definitely getting shorted. So can we get through $2 and fly? There's 97. I'm going to throw out the 80 share starter here at 93, 94. Can we fly? $2 like a brick wall. Will we get through? Okay. It needs to hold and not flush down immediately. 209 our highs. I'll take a position over 05, 04. What's it gonna be? False breakout. What's it gonna be? Man, son of a gun. That was close. That was, E for effort right there, right? We could have went to 220, 230. Just not quite. Not enough buying, and maybe still some selling and or short selling there. False breakout. Some people will wait for a candlestick to close above the resistance before going in. If we can hold long enough within 1 minute, I'll take it. But, I need to see like back over 05 right there for 209. Typically, once we're like curling back up to that high, like you're just gonna see the new high of day, like 15, 20, 98 again. And I'm gonna be patient here. Can we see new highs? There's 12, 14. We got a high of 16. We got to give it time. It can open up, but we got to give it a chance here. Got to give it time. There's a massive bid. There's also a big seller too at 30. Mm, damn. Can we see back over 40? There's 50. 57 for highs. Damn it, man. Trying to get those fills are tough. That was a good attempt, but shit. Come on. All right. We can't afford to go back down below like 212. Would be a little too low. Our 5-minute candlestick is red. The 1-minute candle to make the new high. Okay, not bad. Definitely is a little dicey though in some areas, right? Remember, 212 is like our initial resistance. Like it needs to hold up here. I'm gonna try it again, and hopefully we can see 30, 25, 30, 35. Literally 2 cents of risk here. All right. Bro, like a stock like this should be able to go till to 10, 20. Like, from what we saw yesterday, this should be flying. You know, it's the only stock that's still holding up, made a new high. I might be out too soon. It looks like it's back up at 23 here. I ended up selling at 12. Is the 1-minute candle to make the new high worth it? It's back down 15, 10, 8, 7, 6. See, like right there, I should be stopping out lower. Like, if I'm gonna give that trade a chance, gotta give it a chance. Not just paper hands for a break-even trade for no reason. Slacking. Yep. Freaking hell, bro. See, that was poor execution because back in at 12 again. The 1-minute candle to make the new high 24 is pushing up a little bit. And that's how you fumble a dip. Humble. False breakout. But still a good push though, from 12 all the way to 30, right? Not, I mean, you can't complain about that. Like paper hands. Well, we added another 400 bucks. I'll be back in a sec. All right, I'll call this a successful pre-market here. We're up 745, which is a great start to the day. Now it's all about the open. It's all about following my rules at the open, more importantly. It's kind of cold though, you know? I mean, it's like if we don't see anything strong early, could be a bad sign for momentum. Bull market done. Someone's asking in the chat here in the YouTube stream. The bull market is only now beginning, in my humble opinion. We're going to have rates also get cut, you know, which is going to be more money coming into the market, more money for the algos, which will mean more volatility, more breaking news. More companies will release their headlines that they've been saving. The rising tide will lift all ships. Like I'm really excited for the large cap swings like Tesla. I have a good amount of UNH too. SMX at 185 again. Like I think Tesla could see 370s when we get the rate cut. And then UNH will be a longer swing though. You know, we saw Lucas gave a post from some guy on Twitter. Some of these guys they're trading the options, right? Which is probably what I should have done too, or would have been up more. Locking in some massive gains. You know, anytime Buffett or one of these guys mention they're in these companies, there's only one thing that's gonna happen. You know, Carl Icahn, Buffett, I forgot the other guy's name, but these big time investors like that, once they mention that they're looking at these companies and they're in like billions, and the company is still at lows, for me personally, it's a sign. And I've already had shares even before then, but I didn't have a lot of shares. So I added to my position big boy size. And now we will be waiting. It looks good here. I mean, I could sell here, but it doesn't make sense to sell here technically on the chart. So we did get some gap fill to 3. Actually, no, we didn't. Gap fill will be at 376. The 200 EMA is at 392. Of course, this is the same company where, if you guys are familiar with that headline from the guy named Luigi, assassinated the CEO in cold blood. And they're also dealing with some legal issues, morality stuff too, overcharging, things like that. Like, I mean, this country's an interesting country, man. You know, I still think it's the greatest country in the world, but it's not perfect. If it wasn't the best, I probably would have been living in China right now. Or not, probably not China. They don't speak English there. Probably like UK. Also, by the way, for somebody who lived outside of the United States, or let's say I was born in South America, right? The way how the way how America is talked about is something else. Like, it's literally as if there's like, it might be different now because of social media and people having access to the internet to like see things for themselves. But back before like cell phones, like I remember like I was like, 7, 6, 8 years old, and it's like even all the adults still be talking about America like there's gold on the streets and you can just walk in the streets and just pick up money, is how it was described and also how it was advertised too. The dream of living in the States. So much so that some people even thought that it was in the clouds. I know this might sound crazy, but I'm not making this up. And I mean, here I am in America. It's been good so far. The only thing I can complain about is the freaking prices of everything right now, which is just absurd. Just 4 or 5 years ago, where I'm living now, it's like the properties were like around 285K, and now it's like a property is at like 560. It's like, bro, why couldn't this happen in 2030 when I already own 10 properties? Now I'm behind the ball here because of my age, you know? WLDS. I think I might be done for pre-market and I'm gonna switch over to like, preparing for the open. It's like when I look at what a property is, it's like nothing fundamentally changed. In fact, some of the properties in this neighborhood might have gotten worse. They're depreciated, right? Like some people maybe they might need to do a new roof over the last 5 years, but yet the price of this same property, same wood, same metal beams and foundation, concrete. If anything, the tree uprooted the driveway even more for some people. And yet this same nonsense property is twice the price. it's, it's not real, it seems like. It's like it seems like at the end it's all still speculation. And what we determine the price is what the price is. WLDS, we got 36 to 80. And then 48 lows. It might be worth it. But it needs to keep going. We need to see 293, 315 for me to get involved with how I like to trade them. Okay, there's 290. There's 295. There's 3. Lovely. Stuffed at 3 right there. There's 303. 318. Okay. 330. That was a good trade. Can I give another entry for me, please? It's holding high. I'm not going to chase it. Damn. 22. I could have saved myself the misery of that loss. It wasn't going where it should have already went up and I held it still. 14 low. Okay. Cool. See, that recapping right there is what I need to stop doing. It takes too much time. Gotta pay attention. I'm gonna throw out a starter here just to see. We're up 345 on the stock, but we lost like maybe 250 on that trade. It's holding, which is good. Still got 5 shares, but only starter there, didn't make anything. Bro, I'm telling you guys, bro, if a stock like this just keeps going to like 20, I'll do so well. Like that's what I'm really here for today, but it's not happening. Or even 10, like $10. If this just keeps going like that to 10 like straight up with those green candles, I'm gonna make like 5-10,000 very quickly in just a couple trades. Well, we need the move to keep going. The lows were 07 there. We'll see if the 1 minute candlestick makes the new high eventually. The 5 minute candlestick is still strong. I think 893 highs. Come on, Pastor, you can do better. 405. Come on. This level here is the after hour highs. We're kind of getting some resistance. We lost a lot. We're only up 200 on the name. Gave back like 400. Dip for me. Dip for me. Please. Oof. 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 I flew too close to the sun. Oh my god. I was up 1800. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my god. That was okay. Now I feel like an idiot. See, this is what being aggressive can do to you, right? Had 5k size at 510 on the dip there. I stopped out at like 470. Oh my god. I am now only green 200 bucks. Wow. That was terrible. El Pastor, too close to the sun, but from 567. Man. And I had no fear buying it, which was good, but cooked stew. See, it's another example of those if we don't continue in that uptrend like that, right? That is the risk. Where the first baby pullback drops down. Man. That is tough. 506 is the high of the last candlestick. Man. That is rough. 567 was the high. VWAP nowhere in sight. We got to make sure that it continues. If it doesn't, then it could be the end of the move. Another thing too, I'm not sure of my fill. Like I think I got 510, so it could have been a higher fill too. That's also part of it. Man, that is tough. $74 for highs. Ah, man, that is insane. It's going though. 656. 656. Now it's like I can't see myself putting out size, after getting blazed like that. $687. Damn, bro. And now I see I'm hesitating too. Oh my god. Wow. Holy smokes, dude. Well, this is what I wanted. I don't think I got a good fill on that dip there. Oh man, bro. This is my chance for 10K. What happened? That loss couldn't come at a worse time, man. Holy smokes. We got 890 high. So we missed a few trades. We got a little timid there. I was in at 710. I sold a little too soon there on that dip. It held up. Damn, bro, it doesn't dip sometimes. It's just straight. It might make a new high, is my guess. Nice. Nice, nice. Oh my god, what a freaking trade. Curse the small size, though. Can we get a dip? Taking it. Oh my god, bro. Trying 905. Christ. Alright, okay, I'm done. I'm waiting for the open. Plus 1k again to red. Holy shit. Bro, oh my god. I lost like 50 cents twice. Well, I asked for this and I got it, which was a big move. Plus 1800 to plus 200 to plus 1k to red 780. Oh my god. I'm in at 908 out at 66 and in at 01. Bro, there's freaking no way. Oh my god. Well, I'm gonna stay on the sidelines and watch at this rate. Small size. Holy smokes. It's like you know the risk, but you know you don't expect to take those losses still, right? Flying way too close to the sun twice is madness. Come on. Oh my gosh, bro. What a crazy move, nevertheless. Man, those dips cooked me severely. I needed to size down more. I had like 2k size on the dips. After getting that massive like $2 a share winner. Too much confidence on that sweet trade. 1091 for highs. At this rate, if we can get back to flat, honestly, you know, that would be great. Pastor, bro. Pastor, pastor. We had 830 down there. Man, oh my gosh, how do I freaking lose that much? Oh, that is not nice. The VWAP is way, way down there. What time is it? 16? It's actually pretty close to the open, too. This will definitely be our main stock, it looks like. The uptrend looks like it might be over for now. It needs to get over 10, I'd say, to like look good again for like another move, but the uptrend could be over for now. Dude, damn. I got 804 entry and I was out at 97. I was out at 897 half, 922 another half, 980, 950 another half, and then like $10 another, like, you know, couple shares. Oh, dude, man, size, bro. Sizes. You got to be careful with size for sure. But this is what I wanted. You know, I stepped up to the plate and not quite the follow through here with the setups I was looking for. I got in at 45, out at 05 for the first loss. Then in at 08, 05, 08, out at 66. Dang, dude, that's what, like 40 cents, and then like 40 cents, 80 cents, 2K size. Or 4K size, 80 cents, pretty much. Man, not bad trading either. Also following my rules for what I want to see on those baby pullbacks. And ended red here on a beautiful stock. Good old day trading. RBNE hitting the scans. Now I got my work cut out for me at the open. RBNE. Another one going crazy. 77 for highs. I can throw out the starter position just to see if it holds up 490 here. Just to get my toes wet. You know, I know I'm doing a little bit of recapping here, but I'm thinking like the confidence of getting those key trades in there, man. Those are what you got to really look out for. Because I was already in a position of like, okay, damage control, like let's try to rebuild a little bit of a smaller day again. But then that massive trade of $2 a share come, and I'm like top of the world, right? My mindset shifts from being more passive to more aggression. 640. I got it on the other screen here. 640. Yeah, my mindset shifts and just, you know, instead of like taking it slow, I'm super aggressive there. Not sizing down enough on the dips, which is exactly what I said earlier pre-market. At this rate, I'm going to have to throw the stream to Mighty. 560 holding for now. Only small size, but something. 643 to highs. I can't take my hand off the thing to pull it up because it's so active here. And the risk is insane though. Back down to 6 from 660, 667. Another thing too for me to have to remember is also that my Guardian account isn't that big. It's actually a small account, like right now. Hindsight, I tell you, hindsight. RBNE, so far a couple of good trades, although we've had smaller size. $6.67 is the high right now. First time I kind of saw that. Man, oh man. I gotta like clear my mind here before the open. I think SMX and RBNE the top two. Flying where no man has flown before is a deadly game. Bro, if not me, who? I gotta at least go down with a fight here. You know, in terms of being aggressive in pre-market. Ultimately, I think it was the right call. It's exactly what I wanted. You know, I ended up on the wrong side of the volatility, and that's all right. That's okay. That's mighty. Oh, my cap blocks is on. So we're down now 500 after making 260 on that other one there. Bro, oh man, it's just tough. You know, I remember one time Triad asked me, "Hey RT, you were up 500 on the day. What made you risk so much to go up to 3-4K, right?" Because I had like a massive like dip and rip trade. And he's like, what's going through your mind to push it that much and like risk the entire day that you just had for that amount of gains there? And it's like, you know, it's like we all have our stops and our risk. But for me, it's like you never really think about losing in a good trade, you know? Although you know it's a possibility, and if it does happen, you respect the stop. So RBNE and SMX are both pulling back aggressively here, though. So into the open, we might have to wait to see what we get. And I want to take a quick couple of minutes just to zoom out and look at our potential resistance levels. WLDS also is holding up fairly well. I think those are my top three. Watching WLDS, RBNE, and SMX. Man. Whilst mentally I feel completely fine, the reality of like not being nicely green is just, you know, slap in the face here. Slap in the face. Be sure to hit the thumbs up if you're tuning in on YouTube. And remember that day trading is risky business, as you just saw. We got 584 people. Can we get up there to 300 likes before the open? Remember the disclaimer, day trading is risky. Do not trade with money that you cannot afford to lose. Utilize small size before exposing yourself to big risk. Utilize simulators as well. Also, remember copy trading does not work. And lastly, I do not invest for for my subscribers. So I will never message you first. Be careful of fake accounts. Let me just see. WLDS. And because I took those, I would have made like 1,000+ on this other one, but because I took the losses, I'm like sticking a smaller size. So it did definitely got to me a little bit there, I'd say, in terms of aggression, being a little bit more soft. 585, 200 EMA. $200 EMA for WLDS 585. And no other major daily levels, I'd say. Maybe 699. And then over 699, a room up to 1048 again. The good news is that we ripped through these levels fairly easily on the way up. So I'm just gonna throw, I'm not actually putting them back to where the actual candlesticks were. I'm just throwing them on there. That way I at least have them. We'll see which one curls up into the open. SMX. Well, SMX is actually all the way back down. REBN. It's the only issue with the pre-market session is when I come in, I like to restart my platform too to like get rid of some of the noisy stocks. REBN, WLDS. I think WLDS into the open could be good here. REBN on the other side. Man. All right, let me dial in here in the next 30 seconds. We got WLDS potential red to green. Our current candle, we have highs of 35. Trying break of 35, tight stop. There's 70. Damn, 816 halt up. The opening surge red to green. Definitely could have had more size then if it was going to be that strong. Really nice move. We got 30 cents, 500 shares. And that kept going. Oh man, oh man. Strength and honor, discipline and patience. Losing 2K is but a scratch trade. We will dial it in if there's good opportunities here. It's but a scratch trade. I had some crazy days though. Let's check out the SMX and some others. How are we doing? REBN pushing up a bit. Or RBNE rather. RBNE. Is it pushing up? Yeah, pushing up a bit. Halting up at 423. It's a false halt. feel like I could be a little bit more locked in here, so let's lock in. We got lows of 80. We're below the VWAP, which is interesting here. Guys, don't forget to hit the thumbs up if you're tuning in on YouTube. GLE as well. REBN I don't love as much, so I'm gonna like ease that one off and wait. We got a minute 54 for WLDS resumption. You can see like this thing is like still lingering. I need to like just, I feel good though. I feel good. I feel pretty good. This can still easily be a nice sweet day. A sweet day. Big Steve, do we hear the green in our ears whispering? JBDI. There's a bunch moving. I think just narrowing it down to the ones we like is the key here. So waiting for WLDS and keeping an eye on GLE as well in case that one ends up being good. We got 55 seconds. There's about 30, 40 seconds gap between the two stocks. Big Steve. Big Steve, the night is young. In fact, we're now starting. And we got 20 seconds to WLDS here. We're going to resume lower it's showing, but we'll see. We're currently at 816. Taking the dip lower, 50. Oh, that was a great trade. I had a terrible fill. I got filled 86. Man, that was an awesome bounce to 50. I held a little longer for break of 7. That's not a great sign for our leading stock here, though. Held a little longer for break of 7, but in at like 60, out at 86. Instead, it's a flat trade. Looking at the other one. GLE also resuming a little lower. We need to hold above 210 to really look good here. Man, that's unbelievable that wasn't like a 40-cent winner, like at least 20 cents, But that's kind of tough there to see the fills be like that. There's 7. I think smaller size might be the move here early until we get something to curl up. Let's see what the people are calling out. RBNE might be the one here early. We just got our review up. Wow, this one can move quick. Jeez. Adding at 50 and watching for 70 here. Outbreak even. It's a new low and it's right back up to 70 to target. Tough one there. Fair execution though. We got a high of... We still held up above the V. Well, actually, no, we had a low of 38. I thought the low was higher than that. It's not bad. It's a pretty good dip then. Bit mismanagement there. Time. Okay. All right. RBNE. What I'd like to see is the new high over 5. So far, so good. It's moving fairly well. It's a new low there, though. Might be coming down. 58. It might halt down here. 55 to halt down. I don't know, 58 to halt down, I'm guessing. Yeah, 59. The Guardian DAS shows like some weird levels sometimes. It was showing 55 to halt down. Well, from looking good there on the flag to not looking so good anymore. We'd love to see this be a green candle instead going up. Instead, we're selling off. So GLE, back to GLE here. Halt is at 80. Oh, the halt levels are kind of tight here too. Didn't get much out of GLE. Didn't get much out of it. I missed that first dip and couldn't really get a good rhythm. It's halted up. WLDS actually halted back up, but and resumed. It's halting up again. WLDS is halted up again. GLE, we have 3 minutes 40 seconds to resumption. So far, it's showing sideways. We've seen some of them be terrible as, you know, lower and not really giving a proper bounce. So got to be careful. That fill on the other one for me was insane. I, you know, thought I was buying like 55 area. I'm in closer to 90. It's just brutal. The market is pretty volatile, so we're seeing a lot of halts. They've been pretty hit or miss. A few of them have been good. Others have been terrible. We haven't really been seeing the dip and rips on the ones that've been really good either. Some of them they're resuming higher and just going without a pullback. So if that happens, you know, it kind of like takes away that nice trade. If you're now tuning in, we've had a pretty successful pre-market up until the end. We were up 1800 and then we got super aggressive, looking to go where no man has been before. And we got cooked. Red 500 pre-market in the last 8 minutes. Absolutely rough ending, although decent start to the open here as we're seeing some action. We have a minute 38 seconds to resumption. I don't want to trade any side stocks. I just want to trade the main, you know, the 2, 3, 4 main stocks of the day. So far, GLE curling up, holding up, looking like it could be a good opportunity here. We got a minute to resumption. We want the meat and the potatoes. No French fries on the side. We want the main. We want the one. We want to get married to a stock for a short period of time and then find the next one. That sounds so bad. Maybe that's not a good analogy there to use. 10 seconds. We're at 280 GLE. 5, 4. Freaking level 2 on DAS, bro. Oh, it's terrible, dude. That is brutal. My DAS level 2 is just not DAS, my DAS through Guardian level 2. Like it wasn't populating any of the prices there. I gotta look at the one at Thinkorswim. I wonder if in the settings maybe I can adjust the depth. 26 seconds to WLDS. This one, I think, definitely a little smaller size because I'm not sure, being that we had the big red candle down initially. We got 7 seconds. The key is the fills, man. If you can't get those good fills, should have bought back. That was good. 30. My fills are just so bad. Oh my god. These are great trades. Twice. Come on. I probably got to just hold through that bad fill, but man, I might have to hold through the bad fill. I mean, those are two great trades. I'm aiming for like I basically bought the low of the consolidation there twice, and I got filled much, much, much higher. Yeah, I gotta hold through, like have like a wider 30, 40 cent stop maybe, but you know, not doing that, if with how what we saw yesterday, how stocks are just dipping, could be pretty brutal. I'm gonna throw out a starter here in case it's ready. Tight stop. It might be ready. Okay. Tight stop. Mm-mm-mm, mm-mm-mm, mm-mm-mm. We had 686 right there. Similar to yesterday, the range is pretty wide, which is fine. That's fine. High of the current candle is 82. Stalling out at 14, at 13. I see what I gotta do. You know, so far I see what I have to do. The fills are the issue. So giving it more of a range, expecting to be in 15 cents higher. You know, you just kind of have to deal with that 15, 20 cent higher fills. Haven't sized up yet, still waiting. I'm gonna wait to gain a good rhythm before I size. 50 cent drop in there, not what I really want to see for break of 8 though. Definitely is volatile, all right. The volatility. I wonder if there's also shares available. Probably not, being that it's already given a move in pre-market. I never realized how hard it is to look at the red on the level 2 until using this new one here. The halt down is all the way at 613, so I do want to be careful once I start to scale in here. The lows were at 80 or so. Oh, we just didn't get to add, but all good. I mean, it's up over the level instantly back to 20, so I didn't get to add. We should see the breakout sometime soon here. This is where I'm going to try with size, because I think we can get the breakout here. El Pastor. Okay, it's still coming back down a bit. Already was so low. Bro, the risk in this field is insane. Like, if I was to take let's just say I took 5,000 shares at 710, right? The risk is this thing flushing down to like 620. And then I would even consider adding 5,000 more shares, which, I'm only using 500 shares. I'd add 5,000 more shares at like 70, 60, or around 80 at least. And if that flushes down to 620, then hello, 8K loss, right? Now, on the contrary, if we could get the move over 8, if we can get the move over 8, then it can be like a 10K plus winner for sure. Typically, it's never 1-to-1 that we're looking for, but because the risk is just so high on the downside here, you gotta assume that slippage will be massive below 680. The slippage will consume you, and you'll have to sell at the lows. Averaging down, not my thing. And boy, it moves at the speed of light. What I want is another test of the lows, like all the way down. A test of strength is what I like to say. If not, we'll see a higher low here. Hopefully it doesn't like Titanic all the way down. Fair trade. It's still on the downtrend here. That was only a bluff. We've had higher lows in the 1 minute. Maybe it breaks down. Is there anything else? I want to keep paying attention though, just in case. We're getting like a 15, 20 cent pop, but not all the way over 30, 40. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, you son of... Bro, come on. That was it. My first entry there was like 7 something. 715. I got, oh my God, my ad came at 50. I thought it was at least 25 though. So, you know, there's that upside slippage there. Yeah, you got to buy once in those areas. So, it's the same second of the trade too. It's still here. It's fighting. Bro, our entire red loss here is from slippage so far in stock. Madness. It's still holding up, which I like. We haven't really dipped back down to 680 yet from that drop off. That looked pretty promising. In the past, we've seen that right there into a new halt up, you know? Note to self, do not add, because adding will take you to your demise. Like, is it worth fishing for the trade? It is not. It is not worth fishing for that trade. It is right back down. Oh my gosh, bro, this freaking thing. Oh my goodness. We had 67 again. Bro. I'm gonna go down to 200 shares. Honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing something fresh to hit the scans. The issue, so like right there, the issue with that, like buying 45 right there is that, you know, we get to 67 rather quickly. And it's also down before you can get out for that like 15-cent trade. Definitely a lot of risk on this one. So we've added to the deficit. We're now down 1K. We're kind of grinding lower here too after that double top at 66, 67. So we're in this bit of a down trend here. Let's see if anything else is getting mentioned or called out. Not really seeing anything else yet. Our one good dip trade around 957 was really good. Everything where we tried a little bit of a breakout or in between move just got chop, chop, chop. So gave back 400 there on that one. Just waiting for something else. GLE, how did it finish it? Well, GLE did not hold up. RBNE. MWIN. It's halting up '07. I saw it earlier, but I didn't think it was good. Wow. I looked at it. What happened? This is the issue with the high-low bubble. The bubble was covering the candlestick. I'm like, oh, this looks like nothing. This thing went up. 218, now the halt up. 218. VWAP is at 43. Wow. Oh, come on. The breakout, no bueno. A little too much size, perhaps. Second time's the charm. Second time is double topped. We got 26 there. VWAP is at 40. It's okay. Third time we're getting 30. No shares to short. Mid 20s. It seems like it's getting shorted. I want to be patient here. If this one continues to be strong, there'll be opportunities. We're a little red on the bigger time frame, so just waiting. We closed with a lot of selling volume here, but it's curled up. You know, we'll see if it does the V-shaped recovery. It's possible. Let's see, EDHL. We'll see the resumption on that one. No V-shaped red to green for MWIN. Waiting to see if there's any other ones. Waiting patiently. EDBL, WLDS is down a bit. SMX from earlier is down. RBNE from earlier is down. QMMM from yesterday. I mean, I don't know who's really trading. I mean, there's definitely a group of people who are trading this one. That's 131 with the lighter volume. We got a minute 35 seconds. I can double check the daily chart here. EDHL. Over 105, there's room to 4, or I'd say 350. Although I don't know if we'll get till there, but 350. So we're right below 105 level, so we'll see how it reacts. It might be 10 minutes. It looks like it'll be 10 minutes. But waiting and watching. 5, 4, 3. Here we go. Okay. Bro, that is... These resumptions are just tough, bro. I got a decent fill, all things considered, but looking for over 110. Didn't take the 5 cents. Only ended up taking 1 cent of gain. And it's halted down. Come on. MWYN, massive red to green. The halt is at 44. From 170 to 230. Not bad. I don't love that I'm showing up to like the resistance at VWAP, you know? Not good. To miss that entire red to green pretty much. Now, how low are we gonna go here? I'm scaling into the dip. Lows are at 92. Our 5-minute candle though also turned red, so not looking to hold it past these lows. Can we see 215, 220 on the bounce over time? And I'm getting stopped out. No good. Bro, the drops are just insane. So the next level is 71. We had 76. It's a low of day pullback. Or low of the range. Ay, ay, ay. Can't fall victim to getting in too high, man. These dips have been quite depthsy. And so between the two accounts, bro, and I'm also down 500 on 2 different stocks, which is just not good. Between the 3 accounts, we're at 1500. A max loss day here from up almost 2K. Just depthsy. Tragic. Tragedy has struck. Now, being that I don't know, yesterday I stayed around for a while. Today I don't know if I'll go past 12 because it doesn't seem as hot as like the other 2 days, you know? Like we didn't really get I mean, we had the other two in pre-market, but they weren't like stocks that went to 30, 40, 50. So it seems like it's a little cooler. I mean, there might be some stuff later though, but we'll see. The low of the range dip. But yeah, showing up to trade the pullback is just not ideal, right? If you can be there early for the front side move up, it's a much better chance. Oh man, wow, what a freaking day. What a day. Can I clutch up and pull off the 3-1 Cleveland Golden State red to green? Can I pull off the red to green? Man, that's sweet move, bro. Holy smokes. I didn't do well on the resumption on WLDS earlier. I kind of had a hard time with that resumption. I mean, there was an opportunity, but you got to be really dialed in. And sadly, I wasn't freaking recording there. I forgot my screen recording coming into the open, so I can't go back and see the charts, see the level 2, the tape, the charts. I know I had two good trades that I kind of let the higher fills get me out of. I needed to hold those two trades. I mean, they're literally like dollar share winners, but getting that 20, 30 cents higher fill, sometimes you got to just, sometimes scale into it a little bit more. And then the sweet move up. So right here, there's a bit of a tighter pullback this time here. It's like a $2 stock has no business, right? This is how I'm looking at this thing. A $2 stock has no business going from 230 to 170 on a pullback. Like, why are we dropping 60, 70 cents on a $2 stock here? Come on. The range is massive. Massive. I gotta get my chair. It's time to get comfortable and wait for the next stock. Sideline, sideline, sidelines. Right now, sidelines. Oh my gosh. Ah, day trading, how I love you so much. Day trading, I tell you. The rough edges that can get you. The rough edges. GLE. Hitting scans. Global Engine Group. The halt is at 86. It doesn't look that good. Again, even a $1 stock going from 116 to 70 cents. Like, man. 50% retracements are not happening. We're seeing 150% retracements. If a stock goes from $1 to 2, expect it to drop from 2 to 50 cents. That's the only thing that we're seeing happening here right now. Still waiting for something to hit the scans that looks a little bit better. CGTL is looking interesting. Oh, bro. Not tradable? Come on, man. I mean, if it holds over 1, it doesn't matter, but oh man, this day has been just, I like the pre-market action though. Like pre-market was nice. We at least had some moves earlier, slower, and then it got hot the last like 10, 15 minutes. The pastor was oh my god. The pastor was begging for a hot move. Pastor was begging for a hot move. This we probably shouldn't have touched this one here. Actually, this was a mistake. Similar to yesterday, we got to make sure we don't like overtrade anything that's not worth it. Yeah, we had some slower moves earlier, and then out of nowhere, our EBN and SMX, I think, came in around 9:15, maybe 9:20. RBNE. Man, how in the world? Those freaking micro entries. The baby dips. By the way, CGTL could be worth trading on other platforms. The halt up is at 110, 111. Could get locked in here. I'll watch the resumption. I'll trade the resumption. Oh, false halt. For those of you on the live stream, don't forget to hit the thumbs up. We got 600 people, but only 200 likes. We're getting crushed on the likes here. Will we get up there to... Can we get up there to 350? 350 sounds like a good number. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up if you're tuning in and watching on YouTube. We got 2 minutes, 55 seconds to the resumption. Daily resistance, 138, and then room to 265. 138, 265. 265. We'll see if it's able to do anything. Time, minute 47 seconds. H1, we are in the depths from plus 2K to red 2K, or red 1500. Right now, we are in damage control mode. We got to wait for the resumption here and see if we get something good. Showing 07, which is slightly lower than 11, our highs. We were green like closer to 2K in pre-market. And then we had some devastating losses on the hot stocks that we were trading, flying too close to the sun, perhaps. So we lost it all in 2 trades on the way, on the way up, actually. Not even on the way down. We got 10 seconds. Watching at CGTL here on the other account, the other platform. Oh, it didn't get filled. I mean, that's fine. I mean, it might have been a flat trade anyways. Tried for 98, would have been out 97. It's just depths, no bounce early. Tried for 2,000 shares. It's a very low pullback once again. The halt is a 13, bro. What is this? We're 1 cent above our halt level. Like, come on. That is something else. Yeah, WLDS. I went up like 12, 1300. I was green on some other stocks. And then I lost big. And then I made back like 800 on it, right? So I was up like 1200. I lost 1K. I made 800 in 1 trade. Got very confident and got cooked. I lost $1 a share twice, pretty much back to back. Buying 2 micro dips, 2 baby pullbacks, getting murdered. CGTL. Let me try something here again. Actually, you know, okay, it's halting up. It's gonna throw out some shares there, but just to see if it's even tradable on the other platform. This is also a thing where sometimes the hot stock of the day is a stock that we can't even trade. You know, QMMM yesterday on Thinkorswim, not tradable. I had a beautiful. I took a dip and rip is when I found out it wasn't tradable. You know, a nice $5 share trade too that just went to the wind. I mean, if I'd gotten filled like 50 cents higher, I would have then made like, you know, $4 a share, but you know, still good. $4.50 maybe, depending. There's no way I'm touching WLDS. Nah, I'd rather not. I'll let that one flap its wings and fly without me here. I think this is just too backside, you know? Pre-market earlier in the open, but right now I think the better opportunities have came and went. Not to say that there's not opportunity, because there still is, but I'd rather not trade this. Two minutes, 56 seconds, CGTL. Time 57 seconds. 57 seconds to resumption. Ten seconds for CGTL for people with other platforms watching. The dips have been insane. I only threw out a starter at 03 because the risk of the haul down is just, you know, so high. Willing to add aggressively if it looks good for the move up. Can we see back over 10, 15? Oh, damn, I hit the wrong hotkey to get out. Crap. $16. I think I added by accident, yeah. Oh, that sucks. I'll take the 16 bucks, but fumbling the hotkeys there, no good. It's currently 10:50 and I'm on the sidelines. I wish I had the recording for WLDS resumptions, man. I would have loved to rewatch those resumptions earlier. I started my screen recording like late, maybe 30 minutes after. But with all the trading closer to the open, you know, kind of forgot when the alarm went off. Just HUDI, there's about a minute to go. Room to 309. We've popped up and dropped quite a bit though, and then 320, 345. We've dropped up and you know went popped and dropped quite a bit. We'll see how it does. HUDI. Bro, the lag right there before the fill was insane. $345 and then $425 next level. Potential resistance. 425. We got 2 minutes till resumption. To think I sold my SPY position at 580, bro. Like, just to think I sold SPY at 580. What was I thinking? I mean, you know, I mean, the freaking goal was to wait till rates were going down, you know? And then we get the extra boost, and then towards rates going down, you know, midway through that is really where you got to watch out for the next pullback, I think. We're going to get another dip at some point. It's going to probably come at that point where we're just so extended up, rates are down a little bit, and then there's another catalyst that causes the market to drop. So selling early there wasn't that good. Could have still been holding and made, you know, a little more. HUDI coming up at 325. Potential resistance 45 here. Watching the dip and rip. This is only. Is this the second halt up? Yeah, this is only the second one up, so I'm still watching to be aggressive here. Looking to send it. Although my fill was a little laggy, I will say, on the first trade. "15 seconds. It's showing higher resumption. Here we go. 5, 4. Watching for the dip again. It's halting up 09. Bro, I was just hoping I got some fills. I didn't get any good fills coming out. Bro. Selling up at like 480, I get 57 coming out, bro. Maybe could have held longer, but still halting up 09. Look at the chat room fly, brother. The chat room is chatting. The moon is mooning. Oh man, that Save the monster still holding shares. SPHL. Save the monster still holding shares. SPHL cheaper stock. 85 cents. I don't think I'll get involved with that one. Bro, it's crazy to think I could have had like a 30-cent higher fill there. Like, why are they doing this to the pastor here? The whole time definitely part of it though. We got a great fill going in though, at least. I got in at 37, 3,000 size. Now on this resumption is where it gets a little bit more tricky. You know, it could keep going, but this is the third halt up in a row. This is typically where I'd expect to see a pullback. Now, we've been in a crazy market where stocks have been halting up and just, you know, they continue to go over and over. But for me, it's already been a rough day to not, you know, to go from green 2K to red. So sizing down here and not falling victim to what I did on WLDS, which was to keep pushing big size. And actually size down, take it a little slower. Try to protect the gains and add slowly as it continues. We got a minute 22 seconds to resumption. The team, the MMU team in the chat. Yeah, everyone was all over that one right there. TOP. It just comes down to seeing the setup, you know? And then the follow through. Because if it dips and then there's no rip, then we're all going down like the Titanic. Sinking. We got 27 seconds. We're currently at 409. 425 to next resistance up until there's more room to the upside. Next potential resistance. 10 seconds. Ten-minute halt. It's showing 450 resumption, so this is pretty good. Resumption is showing at 462 in the next 1 minute and 45 seconds. 460 resumption, man. $425 is the next level, and then over that, honestly, let's see, 550, then 680 potential resistance. 550, and then 680. Over 680, there's a lot of room over that level, all the way to 1479. If it ends up being our stock that goes to 20 today. Still very young and could be backside pretty soon, so definitely have to be careful. $450 potential resumption. We're at 409 in the next 17 seconds. Here we go. And that bid did not help us out. This is probably the dip. There's like a 25K bid. No good. Oh, you cannot miss those dips, bro. Oh my God. Look at it go. Woo. That was insane. Actually didn't buy back. 450 here. This could be backside here. 550 might be the highs. That could be it. That is all she wrote. Ah, that freaking dip, man. I didn't take it because they've been dropping so much. So I'm like, okay, I don't want to take it again. And then it keeps dropping. But 370 to $5 dip. 370, 380 dip to $5. Oh my God. Did you guys get that in the chat? WLDS, will it halt up here? The halt is at 783. Honestly, a stock like this, it would need the halt up because, I mean, it doesn't need it, but it'd be good, being that we could gap higher and open up higher over that resistance of like 790 that we had. But it's so close now that it might just get shorted up there. But, you know, it depends. If people panic and it comes out and they cover and it comes up, you know, it could go. That's right. I forgot. This one you can't trade it in between at all. All right, noted. I see what needs to be done. Oh, HUDI over 425. Holy smokes. It needs to halt up though. Will it halt up and pull off the upset, the red to green for the short sellers? Oh, false halt. It's halting up again, 65 HUDI. Come on, get locked in. Oh, it needs to lock in here, man. It is false halting. It's halting again. 480. Oh, holy shit. This thing can move. Ay, 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 ay. As long as it doesn't halt down, I think that's the key here. That's a good recovery. Now, it needs to hold up here into the new candlestick. Bro, it gave a sweet dip. Bro, man. Can't believe I missed that trade. From 420 to 5 the first time. Wait, TOP was back up? Holy smokes. Save's crystal ball was cloudy. This thing is back up into the moon. Bro, I'm finding myself like not being super confident in some areas. Like what am I doing with my life here if I'm not confident, you know? I'm the most confident person that I know. So why in some areas am I like second guessing still? Like just fucking take the trade, man. You know, like it's not that hard to hit the buy button, and if you lose, you're taking an A quality setup. If you lose, who cares? Like just take the freaking trade and live for these moments. Live to be great. Like even in pre-market, like that's exactly what we did. And we did it fearlessly. And then we allowed, because at the end of the day, if the stock continued, we would have already been up 5, 10K like we said, right? Cannot allow this fear nonsense to slow you down after a loss or two. Got to be firm. Still, you got to still be the same trader, even if you take a loss. That way you can think clearly and stop second guessing the trades. Like I missed out $1 share. Like today, I mean, for anybody, like there's just keep sounds. If you're staying sound, you're gonna be up even if you had issues today, because like a trade like that came on HUDI just now down to 410, back to $5. The 5-minute candlesticks, the 5-minute chart was still strong. I'm seeing 418 and I'm second guessing jumping into the trade. Before you know it, it's 35.40. I'm like, ah, dang. Like, bro, hit the freaking buy button and take what's yours. Take the victory here instead of this nonsense of second guessing. TOP 2 minutes 20 seconds. Ay, ay, ay. Like this can't keep happening to me with fear. Like fear. There's some other issues that I encountered today too. Like Sometimes I'm wondering if I'm getting old. Like on WLDS resumption, it's like it's almost like my brain couldn't even keep up with the freaking price action. Like what? Since when? You know, earlier today, it's like, bro, there's no excuses for these issues. You know, you got to be on top of your game, locked in. A minute 32 seconds to go. Man, we are down $900 on the day. Quite messy. I mean, stocks like this should be plus 3K. You know, WLDS plus 10K. The opportunity is there. You got to be fierce. You can't be tunnel visioned. You have to always zoom back out. There's a lot of variables and moving parts, which can make it tricky, but, you know, it's why we have to be good at multitasking, right? That is part of the fine prints on the unwritten contract that we sign when we become traders, right? You gotta be dialed and ready to multitask. All right, we got 17 seconds. TOPS. TOPS. Here we go. At 263. 10 minutes. Not bad. No problem. I meant to say TOP. TOP. Let's check out the daily chart. We got room to 293 and then 322. 293. It would have been nice to see HUDI get new highs though, but you know, sometimes it's all good. Part of the deal. Bro, the great relentless trader. I should be up easy 20K today. This is nah, bro. Watch tomorrow I'm coming in ready. Tomorrow. This is madness. Bro, I should be walking through the park 20K day on a day like 10K, 5K, anything. 5, 10K, easy. On a day like this. Instead, I let the chop get me. And then I let fear seep into my greatness. And then I'm hesitating on good trades. You guys know how it goes, right? Then you overcompensate on the next one. The next one is a not so good setup. You lose. Boom. No, I'm not frustrated. It's more so kind of like, you know, kind of like a rant. The great relentless, brother. The great relentless Big Steve have to make the change. We must rise to the occasion. Rise to new heights. Looking to rise to new heights in the next 2 minutes, 40 seconds. On TOP, if we can see the dip and rip. No fear. As long as we see the setup, I'm in like seasoning. Tight stop. And looking for the move. Guys, don't forget to hit the thumbs up if you're tuning in on YouTube. Also consider subscribing to the channel if you're a new viewer. On top of that, remember the disclaimer, all right? Day trading is risky. Copy trading does not work. Remember to be careful of fake Relentless trader accounts on all social media platforms. Also be careful of fake ads as well. People are stealing the content and are trying to run ads. If you do spot a fake ad, help us in reporting it. Good to mention the disclaimer in case there's a couple new viewers every now and again. We got Tesla up at 250s. Our swing trades are going really well. We need to dial in our day trades. Dial it in. TOP. Allow me to have this dance. You guys ever seen Dancing with a Star? Maybe one day I get famous enough to go on that show. Dancing with a C-list celebrity. B-list and A-list. There's some A-list celebrities there too. Then you got some B-list people. That actually would be an interesting experience. We're seeing resumption for 280, which could be really good. But it all comes down to the pullback. Can we see a sweet dip? TOP at 263. 5 seconds. Here we go. Can we see the dip? We got 317, 330. Taking 50. Fucking motherfucker. Okay, I'm cooked. The day's done. Oh, icing on the cake. Well, Big Steve, I sized up to the plate, and I am cooked on the day. Bro, that looked so good, man. Like, what's up with these pullbacks failing like this? Oh my goodness, brother. Bro. I don't know how I got filled coming out. I'm lucky to get filled the entire position coming out right. It's showing 202 resumption. Jeez. Oh my gosh, dude. I waited so patiently for that dip down there between 64 and about 55. You see, as I just mentioned, right? You're hesitating on the other stock that was strong, and then now on a stock that looks good, you looked at to finally say, "Hey, I'm going for it." Market says, "Hold up, bro." Uppercut. Son of a gun. Son of a gun. Son of a gun. Bro, that was such a good setup, man. Oh my goodness. Why do we drop from so high, man? Like it's unreasonable for us to go from 330 to 230 without a bounce. Bro, nah, bro, I'm coming back tomorrow with my best trading. I don't care. Coming back tomorrow with my best trading. Man, well, I could have never imagined myself having a hard time like this. Like, I remember showing up here and it's just clockwork. Like, before I even get out of my bed, before I even wake up, before I even open my eyes, I can see the green. Now I'm here, Big Steve, and it's as if my vision is blurred, brother. Pastor going through the motions. Come on, man. Such a good setup like that. Slapping me in the face. Ah, good old day trading. Sweet, sweet day trading. Now I'm flat on the week. After a couple of nice days. Although smaller days. Because we had so many losses through and through. WLDS. Now that I'm done with my mini rant, I can move on. WLDS, curl up and save this madness of a day here for me. Got to keep the mindset of one scratch trade. And moving on. WLDS, there's potential resistance here. We had resistance around 720. The halt up is at 778. And we also have that resistance up there at the highs. So it still has a ways to go if it's going to be really strong here to retake the pre-market high. For now, it's still not out of the woods. $68 to $34. Obliterated. There's $7 on WLDS. From damage control to lows, new lows. Maybe a place to walk away too. Especially if WLDS isn't able to get up there. Bro, Mighty, that is one scratch trade, bro. One scratch trade for the Mighty. We've seen the Mighty have 50K days. 5Ks, but a scratch to the armor. JCSE. JCSE, not really loving it yet. A little lighter in volume. I think I might call it, man. I don't know if anything else will come, but I'm down 1.9 after starting up 1.9 in pre-market. I've gotten cooked. And I lost 2K in pre-market in like 2 trades on a strong stock WLDS going up. So plus 1,300 to minus 1,500 in the blink of an eye. And thank goodness I didn't have full size because I would have lost closer to 4K in those 2 trades. So, as we know, day trading is risky. You got to be careful of the volatility. Man, it did sting a little bit. I think the number one issue is that I allowed the losses to seep some fear into my trading. And there were some setups that I missed as a result. Because we could have still done well capturing those few opportunities, right? There were like 4 or 5 good opportunities that could have, you know, really had you looking really nice on the day still. So pre-market, what do I want to do differently for tomorrow? The key will be, once we build a cushion, not allowing ourselves to get too confident, too excited, feel too good, to then lose it all, because that's what happened. Too much confidence, too much conviction. You still got to ease and press, right? Still look to build the gain slowly and not just go super, super all out all the time, you know? Because I got into that mode of like, this thing is probably going to 15, 20 because the market has been so hot, and I'm just going to destroy it on the way up. Looking to go where no man has been before can be treacherous waters. And so, you know, ultimately, we know that even though you might not maximize on a day where stocks continue to go, it does feel a lot better in the 2 scenarios when you walk away with something, especially when you're up a decent amount. And so, you know, being consistent with one thing, right? And just slowly adding to the gains rather than sizing up so aggressively to where you can lose it very quickly in just a few trades, right? If we worked ourselves to build a good day, we shouldn't really want to ever risk that day. And I've said this before, right? As Big Steve mentioned in the chat, we've heard this before. We should never get so aggressive to where we're risking so much at one time, you know, after some good trades too. So today is a day where I followed my rules for the most part, but there are 1 or 2 things that I overlooked. And then also I allowed some fear to get to me. And, you know, just those small things is showing you how fine the line is between being red and being green. It's a very fine line. The strategy is delicate. It's like a flower. You got to do all the necessary things to make sure that you're on the right side of the momentum. And today's a day where I was at a 7 out of 10 instead of a 10 out of 10. And it's going to cost me the day here. And my biggest red day in like freaking, you know, 3-4 weeks or a month or 2. Like 2 months, really. So keeping my head high. And, you know, I know this is but a scratch. So tomorrow, what I need to do is to make those adjustments, and the adjustments from the prior days and the prior weeks. Not just today's adjustment and forget the adjustments from last week, 2 days ago, 3 weeks ago, but instead remembering those adjustments along with today's adjustments to be better for tomorrow. So I feel pretty good, and I'll be back. This freaking thing now. Oh, day trading, how I love you so much. You know, it's no other field like this will challenge you to be better and be the best version of yourself. This is what this field is. There's nothing other than you and yourself. I mean, there's some fill issue. Maybe besides the fills, you can get some wacky fills at times, but other than that, this thing has nothing to do with charts after a while. It has nothing to do with the level 2 after a while. It has nothing to do with the tape. It has everything to do with you as the trader, me as the trader. And as we know, the less mistakes you make, the more refined you are, the more consistency you will have. It is nothing more to it and nothing less. So, if you're somebody who knows you can be better, there is nothing to worry about. On the contrary, if you cannot get better, then quit right now. There's the rant to shut it all down. Relentless trader, down 2K on a sweet day. Bro, I was streaming for these days for freaking 3-4 months now. Can't get the day, you can't get these days and then fumble, right? So looking forward to being better here. And I'll be back tomorrow. This is why I'm the people's champion, because I'll be back to be better. All right, hit that thumbs up. Stay safe, stay green. Hopefully you guys were able to lock in some good gains. The past store, man. I want nothing more than to be consistent for myself and then for the audience by extension. So, there's only one way to get there. There's no hiding, there's no running. But instead we look our problems into the eyes and stand face to face and make the adjustments. So I'll catch you guys in the next one. Take care, stay safe, stay green.